Hey everyone, this is day 28 where I will be going over Valla, Varian, and Whitemane. Valla is another playable hero from the Diablo 3 franchise. She is the Demon Hunter. They actually have two resources, Hatred and Discipline. Hatred regenerates fast and is for offensive abilities, while Discipline is the opposite. It regenerates slowly and is for defensive abilities. We can check out her abilities from Diablo. Her heroics are Strafe, which is this one. It's a channeling. There's no set duration, you just spend mana and then you shoot people. And her other one is Reign of Vengeance. So the Demon Hunter actually has some demonic abilities which she uses against demons. This, she fires massive volley of arrows. They just made it a burst stun in HOTS. I will probably switch this out and I'll tell you why soon. Our three basics are Hungry Narrow. It has a small chance to pierce, but in HOTS it guarantees to pierce and prioritizes heroes. We have Multi-Shot. Very long range ability. I think it's probably the longest range ability. It hits like to the edge of the screen. And just does damage. And she has her one mobility / defensive, which is Bolt. Where she just moves quickly.
Certainly.
Her trait Hatred is just the name of one of the resource. When hot, she can stack it by attacking, and she gets attack damage and movement speed. That's not exactly accurate. And I might try to change that and somehow incorporate discipline maybe. I wanted to talk about her 20s. She has Death Siphon for Strafe. Extensive duration, does bonus damage. It's called Death Siphon because it used to lifesteal and they removed it. But the name stayed the same. I wanted to change her 20 to be one of the notable sets, which is Years of Dreadlands, which you can see right here. Casting Strafe lets her automatically shoot Hungry Arrows. Is what I would change to be her 20. So every second of Strafe, she will shoot a Hungry Arrow at a nearby enemy hero, or prioritizes heroes. So she can get up to 4 extra Hungry Arrow shots. So if you wanted to spec for Hungry Arrow, you should also get this Strafe and get the Strafe upgrade. So I'll probably remove the Hungry Arrow on crushing when you vault. For this 20. You can see she also gets some bonus stats, movement speed, damage reduction. I probably won't include those. Which brings me to what I would change her other heroic to. Because you can see for multi-shot we have this set. Embodiment of the Marauder. When she deploys sentries, they can also cast multi-shot. Yes, her other heroic I would make is sentries, which she deploys 2 charges of invulnerable sentries that attack. It'll be very similar to Probius's Pylon Overcharge. And this 20 is when she casts multi-shot, her sentries will also cast multi-shot. These two 20s might need a damage penalty? Or actually maybe... Okay, let's go with maybe not. You can drop 2 sentries, and then... So you get 2 extra multi-shots, right? I also wanted to make a multi-shot talent, which gives her 2 charges of multi-shot. As you can see... Dead Man's Legacy. It lets multi-shot hit twice. Which is where the 2 charges of multi-shot came in. I also went back and changed that for Li Ming and Azebo. Instead of their ability hitting twice, I just gave them 2 charges of their ability instead. It fits HOTS more, because there are some abilities with multiple charges. So yeah, with this final thing, you would actually have 2 multi-shot hits, and then the sentries will each fire a multi-shot, which totals in 6 multi-shots, which is why I was thinking about the damage penalty. Let's say they deal 50% damage. So that's about 400% damage worth of multi-shot instead of 600. Yeah, I'm not sure if the Hungering Arrow one also needs damage penalty. call this sentry places. Alright, we could put this at the 10.
So that's what that feels like. Forward. Victory for the Alliance. You have my thanks for now. Thanks for the picnic. Come, let's go.
You have my thanks for now.
This medic's my new best friend. Press forward.
And I will show you the sentry spell soon. First of all, let's actually have the 20s. For strafe, this is called Years of Dreadlands. Strafe launches a hungering arrow every second for 75% damage. Strafe is 4 seconds. Oh yeah, I came up with 75% is because she gets 4 free shots, that's 300% damage. If she started with a Hungering Arrow, that's 400% damage worth of Hungering Arrow, which matches the multi-shot, 400% damage worth of multi-shot. This is Sentry. Actually does come with 2 charges, so let's put Sentry here as new. Deploys Sentry for, let's say, 10 seconds. That deals maybe like 75 damage per second. Maybe let's just take Probius's thing. So you can see it's 8 seconds, 96 DPS. Normally gets 2 pylons, right? So that's 768 damage per pylon. 50 mana, 80-second cooldown. Let's say, yeah, that deals 75 DPS. Deploys an invulnerable sentry. For 10 seconds, that deals 75 DPS. 50 mana. 40-second cooldown, 2 charges. Deploys an invulnerable sentry for 10 seconds, that's 75 DPS. 50 mana, 40-second cooldown, 2 charges. And then the other 20 was Embodiment of the Marauder. Sentries also fire multi-shot for 50% damage when you do. Sentries also fire multi-shot for 50% damage when you do. When you do. So we can look at her basic abilities. She has quests. You can see at 1. Doesn't have much for Volt. But I pretty much, for the Diablo heroes, I go from scratch. See, Hungering Arrow pierces twice. The quest adds an extra pierce and some damage, refunds mana. I believe that's, yeah, Puncturing Arrow. You just add, increases pierce chance, or increases pierce amount. So 1 extra pierce. Let's see, we have... Okay, let's check what she did have in Hot. Volt resets Pierce. Volt resets Hungering Arrow. So extra damage to non-heroes. And a heal. We have Maybe we could get some mana. Initial impact of Hungering Arrow. We like it when the arrow pierces. Every time it pierces, it gets extra damage. We could definitely do that. This is extra damage. We can have .140 damage, and then it's up to 2 times dealing 80 damage. So the total is 300, right? That's pretty good. But this technically increases damage. We will have, let's say, Devouring Arrow. Devouring Arrow. Every time increases pierce count of Hungering Arrow by 1. Every time Hungering Arrow pierces, its damage is increased by 20%. So it has 3 pierces. So you can see the base damage is 80, right? If you take out the talents, another pierce, another 80 damage. So then 80 times 1.2 is 96. And then 80 times 1.4 is 112. So the total damage of the arrow with both damage talents is 428. That's the base damage. That's actually 80. Actually, I feel like this number needs to be significantly higher. Maybe like 50%. So then the bounce damage is 120 and 160. Which means it adds about another 1.5 bounces of extra damage. And then we could have the mana. One serrated arrow. Hitting an enemy with the initial impact of Hungering Arrow refunds 30 mana. So it refunds half, but you can hit any enemy. So you can also push minion waves with this. So I kind of split this into 2. This one's the weakest. I might actually not have quests for her. We just split apart the, here's 2 damage talents. Let's just put the mana in the middle. This one might be at 16. This one is like, could be 1. This one could be 4 or 7. And then let's look at multi-shot. So you can see this one, I should make sure all of these work with the 20s also. The 2 damage talents work fine. And then the extra mana is nice with this one, I guess, because you get 4 extra Hungering Arrows, which does refund a lot of mana. For multi-shot in HOTS, we have extra damage, extra range and damage, and mana. Slow. And more spam, faster cooldown. I said I wanted, first of all, the second charge with Dead Man's Legacy. Oh yeah, and we can go with tier first. Let's talk about tier. She's high. All her builds are pretty viable. Hungering Arrow, multi-shot, or auto attack. When this used to lifesteal, it was pretty much unstoppable at 20. Well, you could stun her. She isn't literally unstoppable, but she is very strong. And this quest got hit with the nerf. She used to be a monster in ARAM. Tier, let's put high. Why not? I have tried all 3 builds. I usually stick with not the auto attack build in ARAM because it's easier to poke with her spells. So back to multi-shot, we have Dead Man's Legacy. Multi-shot gains a second charge. The cooldown multi-shot, 13 seconds. And reduces cooldown by 3 seconds. We get both charges, it'll take 20 seconds. So this is also definitely a 16. Easily replace punishment. And this also gives her more burst damage with 2 charges. So in Diablo she has, see, lower mana cost. I'm not low. Yeah, she has this frost shot. Knock. Increases damage, more damage. I mean, she should be good with knockback. There's no reason for her to actually be in melee range. But that might be too strong with the 20. So let's say, let's pick the slow one. Because there's actually also a slow sentry, which is Polar Station, I believe. Yeah, she has a slow aura. But yeah, let's go with the slow. Wind chill. Let's make this just a multi-shot talent. Multi-shot slows. By 60% for 1 second. So a very heavy slow. But it's very short duration. This is probably like a 13 talent. Slows movement speed. Range and refund mana. Refund 25 mana. It actually refunds per hero hit, I believe. Oh, wait, is it the grenades that refund the mana? So you hit 3 heroes with 3 grenades, you get 75 mana. Let's just remove the grenades and let's call this one Fire at Will. But it will pretty much act like the effect of Arsenal. Multi-shot range increased by 20% and refunds 15 mana per hero hit. So if you hit the entire enemy team, you get a full refund. I don't want to give you too much mana is because of the 20 also. Because all these talents will work with the 20. So there's only one damage talent for multi-shot, which is, well, 2 charges. So there's just AoE damage. If you want single target damage, you go Hungering Arrow. And then next we have Bolt. I might add a 4th talent if I need more talents, we'll get to there. Let's go to Volt. Increases the damage of her next attack per stack of hatred. So she has 10 stacks of hatred, she can get 60% increased damage. Yes, this one resets Hungering Arrow, which we're probably going to throw out. This one increases the bonus damage of the stacks greatly, and it can refund Volt. And this one gives her extra charges of Volt. She used to have the Caltrop thing pretty early. I think it was her 1 quest. So they just shoved it into her 20. Break, slow, and immobilizer. Maybe let's just make this more defensive. Ability change to Volt. Remove the bonus damage. Can be cast while rooted. Will remove all slows and roots. So this is now like a purely defensive ability. Remove the bonus damage. Can be cast while rooted. Will remove all slows and roots. This is now a lot more similar to her ability in Diablo. We have shoots arrows at nearby enemies. We could definitely have something like this. A knockback and a stun. Reduced cost. Ten-second cooldown. Yeah, let's not give her fire. We just have one reference to cold. Drops free caltrops at the original location. Yeah, we can look at the caltrops. Heavy slow. Not do damage. Heal damage and slow 40% for once. I think the traps actually last a few seconds. Yeah, they last 10 seconds. These trap last. Let's see. Yeah, let's have something very similar to that one. Ooh. So we can have Homerun's Chain. I wanted to keep the caltrops thing. Using Vault will leave using Vault will drop 3 caltrops that deal 60 damage and slow by 40% for 1 second. So this penalizes the enemy from following you. Let's also have action shot. Automatically attacks every nearby enemy during bolt. So it's just worth 1 auto attack. It's all enemies. Automatically attacks every nearby enemy during bolt. Especially since I'm keeping bolt at 1 charge. Yeah, and we can have acrobatics. Volt mana cost reduced to 25, which is half, and cooldown reduced to 5 seconds, which is also half. So yeah, the caltrops will actually last 5 seconds. So it's 50% uptime normally, or 100% with this. I don't want multiple sets of caltrops. And we have our trait. Well, let's actually look at the Demon Hunter passives. Of the hunt, extra slow. Movement speed. We could maybe have this 4 volt. But our trait gives her extra MS. This is a maybe. Let's jot this down. Tactical advantage. After vaulting, gain 30% movement speed for 2 seconds. Extra mana, and you get mana picking up a regeneration globe. Eh. Increases damage if there is no nearby enemies. Increases damage to slowed enemy. I could probably have this one. I mean, the only way you get slow is through your talents. Or through allies. You might need to depend on allies a lot for this passive. Call of the Week. Deals 20%. 20% bonus damage against slowed enemies. We don't really talk about hatred regeneration. It's night region if she doesn't move. Uses MS when she hits. I was thinking maybe using Hot Pursuit. Or having this as her trait. She uses dual crossbows in this game, extra reach. Lifesteal. Spread damage to high health. This is her resurrection trait. Becomes invisible and heals back half health. Additional damage against any target is far from any enemies. I could definitely have something like this. So it's kind of like Valyr's ambush. I'll probably need to check that to see how it's warded. This is another deals bonus damage. Okay, maybe we have too many damage passives. Yeah, and non-damage talents. But let's also talk about some of her other talents. She has Lifesteal for attacks, Bloom, which is desperately needed to survive. That sounds like... Where is that? Shadow Power. Damage reduction. Maybe we could have some other ability that replaces her trait instead of having a mana. So like the Barbarian's Fury, we will have like Johanna's Iron Skin, just an ability as her trait. You can see her damage goes up to 80% bonus. So she has like 210 DPS. Her DPS is very high once she has stacks. So let's give her bonus damage. Maybe that's like say 40% increased average damage and just straight out change her trait to something else. So we will have attack damage increased by 40%. Something replaces hatred trait. Replaces hatred. She has... It's probably pick a utility skill or something. And not another attack. All of these are attacks. We can have... utility is like... One of these. We don't really have anything related to mana. You really want pets? Let's not be a pet class. She has something that's pretty much exactly like Tyrande's mark. So yeah, we probably won't have that because it's too similar. And it'll probably make her have too much damage. That's why Tyrande has it, because she's a support. So I would probably pick Lifesteal or Unrevealable. It's actually invulnerable. Do I want to give her stealth? No, I probably don't. Yeah, let's stick with Shadow Power. So we can easily have the rune effects for Shadow Power. Replaces Hatred. Gain 20% life steal for all damage for, let's say 4 seconds, 20-second cooldown. Maybe 5 seconds. Uptime of 25%. So this also works with her abilities for lifesteal. Just needs to not get CC'd when she activates this, and then drops her abilities. So for Shadow Power, we have Nightbane. Activating Shadow Power slows nearby enemies by say 20% for 5 seconds. So lasts as long as Shadow Power. I'm not going to give you that heavy of a slow. Only kicks in at the moment of activation. Maybe let's adjust some of these numbers. Wait a second. 40% for once. Okay, let's keep going. We have Gloom. Just gets armor during Shadow Power. Easy enough. Should be all armor. Shadow Power also gives, it grants 20 armor. Maybe 25 armor. Or we could go with 35. If we put this pretty far down in the talent tree. Shadow Glide. We could easily have this one. since we took off her movement speed things. Shadow power gives 20% movement speed. So you can have these two, you can see it's like almost like a steel movement speed. Last 5 seconds. You can also tank up a lot with gloom. It's not that. We can have your smoke screen when cast. Smoke screen grants you 1 second of invulnerability. Okay, let's have this as a 20. Diana's wings. Pretty sure that's a crossbow. Right there, we can check it out. So it will be using shadow power grants 1 second of unrevealable and protected. Because that's what smokescreen is like. 1 second of unrevealable and protected. I guess this every 20 seconds. Not too crazy. You have to time it very well. So yeah, Call of the Week. She only gets slows through her talents. She has 1 there, 1 there, and 1 there. That's actually decent. Well, I took out a lot of her actually basic attack damage. Maybe let's have some passives to let her be a right clicker. $15 additional damage. Let's have something like, so yeah, Hot Pursuit. And we determined her trait is Shadow Power. Then she gets movement speed through a town there, so we don't really need Hot Pursuit. We also don't really need this one. Let's have Marked for Death. Attacks reduce enemy armor by 15? By 10? For, let's say, like 3 seconds. Only refreshes. Doesn't stack. Does not stack. Only refresh. Attacks reduce enemy armor by 10 for 3 seconds. Does not stack. This works with all attacks. Also works with more damage. You attack and then use your abilities. Probably don't need. this one. We can definitely have a permanent movement speed bonus, hot pursuit. Something like 20% for 4 seconds. Let's make this dealing damage against heroes, increases movement speed by 20%. Or we don't want 4 seconds. It's a pretty long window actually. She had something, yeah, she had this thing which was 20% last 6 seconds. But this only applies to attacks. Maybe let's say 2 seconds, because abilities can actually now trigger this. Let me just check how many I have. I have 6, 10, 13, 17. That's actually enough. Say attacks against heroes reduce armor by 10 for 3 seconds. So what was I miss? I kind of took out a lot of her attack damage. Also took out, so her life steal, it got improved to. Also working on abilities and is her trait. She actually doesn't have sustain other than through her trait. And this is a basic talent. This is Giant Killer, I think. This one's actually pretty weak. Seething Hatred. Extra range. Okay, yeah, let's just... Yeah, that should be it. So let's put her talents in place. So we have Diana's Wings is definitely a 20. I feel like we would probably put one of her passives as also a 20. Oh, we could take off Tactical Advantage. And maybe let's add one more passive. So it could be like an ability. Maybe a companion. What animal would fit? I think Raven. Or Bat. Or Wolf. Or let me just do the passives. We have damage, MS, minus armor, which is bonus damage. Maybe let's just have like a attack speed.
Combat preparations.
Conflict arises. Make your preparations.
Witness my new gifts, bestowed by the true masters of existence. The
The attack speed and range.
In 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let the battle begin.
To the truth. None can stand in my My hatred burns.
Well, that was amusing.
The hour of twilight falls.
Yeah, let's just have attack speed and range talent. Since she used to have these type of things and I took them off her. We'll just call it sharp shooter plus 0.5 attack range and increased attack speed.
Cower beneath my wings.
Oh, we have sharp shooter increases attack range by 1.5. And some bonus attack speed. Maybe like, let's say 20% attack speed.
Their death is our fount of power.
And 1.5 attack range is slightly over 20% attack range bonus. Applying these two for 20, so she has better sustained DPS with all attacks.
Learn from this and come
Increases attack range by 1.5 and attack speed by 20%. She will actually also attack at about 2 attacks per second. And that would be 20. It's kind of a hybrid of this one and that 20.
choose the talent. Double.
So this is the other 20. And 16 we have... Oh, we only need this one, that's why we have another passive. We have Dead Man's Legacy and probably the Varian Arrow. Gloom is actually probably also 16, it's very strong. Varian Arrow is probably the weakest of these three. It could be 13. Let's see if do I have anything else that feels like a 16? Not really. Yeah, and it's good to put the damage talents at the same tier so she can't grab damage talents for two different abilities. Gives her too much damage. So those would be her 16. At 13 I was going to have Wind Chill. Make sure all the slows are at different tiers so she can take them along with Coal of the Week. So we have a slow at Wind Chill, Night Bane, and Caltrop thingy. The Wind Chill at... Oh, let me put down the 16s first. These three are 16. And at 13 we have Wind Chill. Wind Chill. We have 3 slows and... So Coal of the Week could actually be... maybe a 1 talent? So over time you start getting all the slow talents and then you can feel the passive kicking in the effect. So we have Coal of the Week. At 1. Wind Chill at 13. Caltrop. Or Night Bane. At 4 we would probably have Caltrop. I'd probably put the 2 movement things together. Two movement and a slow. You can pick between manually getting MS or you hit enemies to get MS. Or you get Caltrop slow at 4, I believe. Night Bane will be at 7. Wind Chill at 13. Maybe the mana refund things go together. So these two at 7. Maybe buff the refund since the only thing it does is refund. Puncturing arrow can actually be at 1 along with maybe acrobatics. We have space at 13. Yeah, let's have these two at 1. These two at 13. Oh, let's just check through the talents. We have this. So bonus damage against slow enemies. You actually don't have anything in the beginning to slow with, and then you get to slow at every tier. Or at 3 tiers, 4, 7, 13. Here you can also pick one of the movement speed bonuses. And then we have the mana refund here. We replaced Reign of Vengeance, which is her stun, so she actually cannot stun anymore. With Sentry. Yeah, automatically attacks. This is about 100 damage. She attacks fast. Okay, that's fine. So that slows fine. This auto attacks. This one attacks against heroes reduce armor. Let's say by 15. Or is that too high? Let's try 15. So you have to get in range to attack them, lowers the armor, and then you could just keep attacking or dump your nukes. And then here we have 2 damage talents for your 2 nukes or something super defensive if you wanted it. And then we have the 2 heroics that fire free Hungering Arrow and multi-shots. That one's for your trait, and that one's for auto attack build. Okay, this is Valla. Next hero we have is Varian. He should be a WoW character. He's not on Warcraft 3. He was pretty much king of Storm. Okay, his tier is let's say medium. Actually, let's say high. Just because he can spec into 2 viable builds. Familiarity medium. So notable thing about Varian is he gets his heroic at 4. You can see he has 3 heroics. Just to standardize him, I will only keep 2. So the easy one to throw away is Twin Blades of Fury. Is very basic. So then at 10 we will have Taunt and Colossus Smash. I believe he used to have heroics at 10. I forgot why they moved it to 4. I think it was because he was too weak or something. But we're moving him back to 10. We might remove... We want the passive parts? Yeah, it's so he can like do his role shift as a melee assassin, bruiser, or tank really early. You pick your role. I'll think about the passive part.
Let's go.
So yeah, we have some space at 4. Also wanted to mention his trait is very basic, and the number of talents he had that interacted with his trait was, I think, this one, and just here, Mortal Strike. So it's not much. What I would do is move his banner into his trait, so it's more interesting. Wait, am I the tank? Alright. So yeah, it's like Karazim again. You can pick from your 3 different talents as your to determine your trait. What they don't know is I like playing Rhaegar as a defensive. This is perfect.
Most exhilarating.
So we would say Heroic Strike has been removed. Heroic Strike has been removed. Pick trait at 1. So for the banners, I was thinking probably the same effect. It's what? Spell power, armor, and movement speed. I was thinking of something like you can have the passive part of the banner or the active part if it has a short uptime, but stronger effect. So maybe like 4 times increasing the effect. So we can say like the passive part is like 5 armor, but then when you drop the active, you deploy the banner, right? Then it has quadruple effect, 20 armor, lasts 20 seconds, and cooldown, let's say 60 seconds. Plus uptime is actually not that long. That's why the banner effect is pretty strong. So you do have to time it properly. And the enemies can either A, destroy the banner, or, you know, get out of the banner's effect. I probably also wanted to, like, double the banner's health. I remember it's pretty squishy. We can check how squishy it is. 435 base health. Yeah, let's double it since it's kind of an important part of him now. By 800 health, it's about a third of his health pool. That's more reasonable. Pick banner trait at 1. Banner has doubled health. Or I'll just mention the banner effects since they've been standardized. 1 second duration, 60-second cooldown, double health. Has been replaced with banner with banner. Let's go back to pick banner trait at 1. Banner has double health point. Passive gives passive effect when not deployed. Yeah, the effects will stay at spell power, armor, and movement speed, 5% each, and they go up to 20% when deployed, which matches what the banners used to do, or very close. And we can also have a banner talent that increases its effect by another 100%, so it'll be up to 25% each.
A safe wager. Well timed.
As a talent.
Keep up that healing.
So let's see, banner has double health, gives passive effect when not deployed. Deployment has 300% increased effect, 20-second duration, and 60-second cooldown. Doubled health. Gives passive effect when not deployed. Deployment has 300% increased effect. 20-second duration, 60-second cooldown. Okay, so we have the 3 banners. Banner of Stormwind. Banner of Iron Forge, which is I believe the dwarf capital. So his city is Stormwind. Dalaran is definitely the mage city. Grants 5% movement speed to nearby ally heroes. And this one is grants 5 armor, and this one's grants 5% spell power. So, oh yeah, his 20s for his heroics were vigilance. Let him spam taunt more. So yeah, he has the single target taunt while Grosh has the AoE one. I probably want increased cast range on taunt as the 20 instead. What's charge range? 5. What's taunt range? Taunt 2. So yeah, I would probably change this one. Probably needs a new name too. Vigilance. Let's call this one like Infuriate. Taunt has 100% increased cast range. From 2 to 4. And duration increased by 0.5 seconds. And then the other one is Colossal Smash, Master at Arms, makes it AoE and reduces the cooldown. Range of this one is 5. Radius of that is 2. Let's say instead of cooldown reduction, even though actually both of them are cooldown reduction, but his heroics have really short cooldowns. Barely be called heroics. This one, Master at Arms, that's remove. Cooldown reduction increases armor reduction to I want to say 40. I mean, that's pretty much the only point of this ability is get close and reduce armor. Yeah, let's say increases armor reduction to 40. It gives him enormous burst potential with his team. And this is actually AoE 2, so if you had someone who can displace like a Graviton Surge from Zarya, you can easily team wipe. So his abilities are Lion's Fang, Parry, Charge, and let's just call this one Banner. His new trait. So first of all, we changed his new 10s have been moved, right? Because his heroics are now in his 10s. This one was protected and reduces parry cooldown and loses a charge. This one lets you spam charge more to a 4-second cooldown. $50 damage. Let's say this is 150. He also has these 2 quests. I believe that's his only ones. That 30 base damage works well with this one because it's doubled. Also pretty good with this one. This attacks very fast. So I'll probably change parry. Let's say parry has 1 charge only. Cooldown reduced to 5 seconds. We would have the shield wall talent. Shield wall. Parry grants protected while active. We can probably have a second charge of parry somewhere. Put that at like 16. Maybe call it like defensive stance. parry gains a second charge. So this is actually kind of new since you can get 2 charges of protected, which lets you block a lot of things. You can see that is a nice shield. This one, well, we don't have heroic strike anymore, so let's maybe have something that increases parry duration. Let's call this unflinching. Parry duration increased by 0.25 seconds. So first banner I wanted, let's say, let's call this champion of the people. Banner active effect increased by 100%. So it'll be times 5. So all of these go up to 25. Reduces healing, reduces cooldown. Change this one glory to the Alliance. To banner recharges 200% faster while deployed. So this means it has 100% uptime if you can defend it, which makes him very good at holding a specific territory. Yeah, this is probably stays at 20. You'd probably also have this rally. Banner heals. Banner also heals for 1% of max HP per second. So this is passive, and you can drop it for 5%. Which actually makes it heal a lot. Maybe this should be not too early. Glory to, let's call this for the Alliance. Oh yeah, let's see, for charge, we can, maybe let's change the bonus damage to be maybe just charge, Juggernaut. Charge has 200% increased damage. Still being percentage based. No, actually, maybe let's change this to Juggernaut. Using charge while parry is active increases its damage by 200%. Using charge while parry is active increases its damage by 200%. You have to spend parry first. Parry into charge. We could have some AoE damage to charge. Yeah, the combo will actually be this deals AoE damage into parry charge. We will have Warbringer. Charge applies its effect to enemies within 2 radius of the target. Two just to match the Master of Arms. Also deal that damage and applies the heavy slow. Yeah, you can't charge to allies anymore. Applies its effect to, let's say to heroes within 2 radius of the target. Charge applies its effect to heroes within 2 radius of the target. Because I will have this thing, guard. Charge can be used on allies, on ally heroes. Grants them 50 armor for 2 seconds when reaching on contact. Charge can be used on ally heroes, granting them 50 armor for 2 seconds on contact. So this is a purely defensive talent. So Warbringer applies its effect to heroes within 2 radius of the target. So you can guard multiple ally heroes if they actually bunch up. Or you can, you know, offensively use the splash. So this is actually very nice. Yeah, I'll keep the cooldown pretty long, 12 seconds, so you have to be mindful when you use it. Actually, maybe let's remove the cooldown thing. You get increased duration, then you get protected, and then you get the second charge. Yeah, I feel like this ability is way too spammable. Let's remove this part. He also has anti-shields. I probably remove all anti-shield things. His is actually insane. I believe this one shots pretty much any shield, like Zarya or Tassadar or Phoenix. Actually. I don't really like super strong counter picks. 7, this is sustained tier. You can see as life steal, extra heal, or Lion's Fang. We can talk about Lion's Fang. He has some quests. Do I still want to keep his quests? Maybe yeah, let's do keep the quest. We have Lion's Maul. Uses his damage and slow. Lion Heart. Gets more healing, that's fine. Maybe have Lion's Lion's Claw. Lion's Fang fires off 2 more shock waves in a 60-degree arc. Can only hit once. So it's just more AoE coverage. This one maybe at 16 talent also. Which means I would move this to be a 1 quest. Quest. Block 2000. Block 2000. Attack damage from heroes. Reward Say quest for parry. Block 2000 attack damage from heroes. Reward. Parry. Grants protected while active. So you actually got to work for that. Kind of like Genji's Zanqing. This one, you actually can't farm off towers. You have to block from heroes. That's why this value is also pretty low. Time it and just keep farming off blocks from heroes. So that'll be a 1. Yes, and then the third quest, we would just keep High King's Quest. Only healing, I kind of like his only healing to be on Lion's Fang. Was that quadrupled against heroes? How many talents do I have? I have 4, 8, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So I actually should have enough. So let's put down, oh right, his banner's at 1. Maybe do we remove quest? Okay, yeah, let's remove quests. So this one, let's just go back to parry grants. Protected while active. And Lion's Fang, or Lion's Maul. I think we have space for 2 actually, I miscounted a bit. The Lion's Maul, we would just change this to Lion's Fang. Slow. Increased. To 50% for 2 seconds. No quest, no damage bonus. If 12 on that one. Okay, so we have space for 2 more, but let's again put down things. This one would be at 20. It's very strong if you can protect your banner.
So, are you ready?
This one is probably also at 16. Let's say Lion's Claw. Or let's say defensive stance.
Time remaining. 10 seconds.
Or
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Initialization complete. Eliminate the enemy.
maybe guard can be a 20 talent if I wanted to push it there. And make the armor bonus like 75 armor. So it's kind of like a high 5 in a sense from Lucio.
Encouragement activated. You will do better next time.
Which means Juggernaut would probably actually be first. If we said, yeah, guard as the 20. Then we also kind of took out some of his attack talents. He should be able to do a decent attack build.
Killing spree.
Hope nobody saw this.
Select a talent.
So 16s will be
Gonna be big. Feel the heat.
probably Warbringer. Or Edge. So defensive stance. Okay, rally definitely should be a 16. That one, defensive stance, and yeah, let's say Warbringer.
Select a talent. Complete. Select a talent. Enemy hero terminated. Enemy hero terminated. Select a talent. Killing spree.
I was thinking of giving him probably infinite scaling attack damage quest, which we would put at 4. Kind of unorthodox. But this means I need to make all of these pretty much equivalent to each other.
Select a talent.
Oh yeah, so I have space for 2 talents, right? Probably make them at 4, and they'll pretty much act like the passive effects from his heroics. One makes him tankier, one increases his damage. So let's make some quests related to these two stats at 4. We can have the High King's quest, takedowns, increase his base damage by some number. I don't know what's the average takedowns, maybe like 20? 20-ish. So Artanis had like takedowns increase damage by 1%. He has 74 damage. Yeah, takedowns increase damage by, what was I thinking about? 4.5% each. Because his thing gives 100%, right? Let's say he gets that at roughly maybe 20 or 25 takedowns. He also had a quest itself that gave 60 damage.
Perhaps I'm not the only prodigy here after all.
4% of 74 is about 3.3 off the top of my head.
Now that's how you get tonight.
You have eliminated a key.
I knew we could do this.
Or I might have to tweak the numbers more. Yeah, but then the other one will be High King's Journey, where he gets bonus max health every time he picks up a regeneration globe. So yeah, we have a High King's Quest and High King's Journey. So this would be a quest. Takedowns increase base attack damage by 3. And this one is also quest, regeneration globes. Gathering regeneration globes increases health by 10 globes is worth 40%. Every globe is 4%. I think Stitches kind of have something like that, so 4% of this will be 88. Maybe let's just round down-ish to 75. We would have these two at 4 along with something else. Okay, I said at 16 I would have Defensive Stance, Warbringer, and Rally. This one can be at 13 along with Shield Wall. And one more. We could probably have Juggernaut. And then at 7 we will have one of the Line Fang ones. What line's Maul? And then at 7 we will have this one, Perry. And this one. You could say this one applies its effects to units within 2 radius of the target. So it also affects minions, I guess. But the main part is for guard. You can guard multiple allies. So yeah, Taunt and Colossus Smash, I will remove passive component. They've pretty much been kind of made into a 4 quest that you can actually infinitely stack. One is for attack damage and the other is for health. It's health regen, he can get rally for percentage based health. So that should be fine. So this is Varian. I actually touched up pretty much everything. He is kind of a mess. He has like anti-healing, anti-shield, life steal, or life on hit. It's pretty messy everywhere. I did give him a lot more tank potential with you can stack 3 seconds of protected, or you can use this one, guard allies, give them heavy armor. So he should have more of a unique identity, and especially his banner, which he plays around. Lastly, we have Whitemane, who is not related to Greymane. This is a WoW character. I don't know much about her faction, the Scarlet Crusade. Whoa, when is she a Death Knight? Anyways, yeah, she's kind of a pretty... Her tier, I would put her at low. She relies on dealing spell damage to heal. So that kind of makes her hard to use. So she's kind of like Ario in the sense, except this one, Whitemane herself has to do the damage. And she's also very mana hungry if you use her incorrectly with Desperate Plea. Familiarity, let's say medium-ish. Or let's say low, unless I'm underrating her and she's not as weak as I thought.
I can tell you've been fighting here for a long time.
So her 2 heroics, she has 1 defensive and 1 offensive. Scarlet Aegis heals and gives pretty good armor. The radius is pretty small, so you do have to group huddle.
10 seconds.
And Divine Reckoning, it deals damage and it gives her mana.
4, 3, 2.
It's the only thing that gives her mana. Else, like I said, she's very mana hungry. So this is tied to her offensive heroic. Sounds fine.
There's darkness out there. growing.
Our two heroic upgrades are Scarlet Crusade, heals more and gives them unstoppable. That one. So yeah, you can also use that as like a AoE cleanse, or you can drop it pretty early. It's very versatile as long as you are in position. And we have Judgment Day, deals more damage, and then pulls enemies, which makes it harder to escape from. That one's fine too.
Much better. On the run again.
In her other 20s, she has Guiding Light, gives her permanent zeal. I'd probably change it slightly just to make it not inactive anymore. And to do that, I can make the last zeal she applied has infinite duration. So if she just heals an ally, and then if she never heals an ally again, that ally will have permanent zeal. Oh yeah, this shouldn't apply to herself because she can give herself zeal. Wait a sec. If she... No, she has to use a healing ability first to get zeal. No, I think the infinite duration thing is fine. With my change of infinite duration on the last zealed target, I might need to check out zeal a bit more.
This is what it takes.
And she also has another active, reduces armor and deals decent damage. That one feels kind of a bit random. Maybe it's a priest ability. I might need to find out.
Every good killing spree.
Why does this guy want me so much? Does he have head puncher? No, he doesn't.
Triple kill.
I'm gonna show what kill spree is.
We're on our way to win.
He also has an ally cast of her W. So yeah, I usually put the ally cast version of abilities as a talent. I also just put it at 7, so you don't get to early, but you can get to later. So this would be a change to Clemency. Has to be taken as a talent.
A welcome development.
My head hurts.
Her 220s were fine. Scarlet Crusade and Judgment Day. Oops. Wait, who knocked him in? Oh, Haymaker.
I never wanted this. I'll keep going. Much better. Much better.
I'm gonna show what kills free.
Much better.
All according to plan.
Something finally went right. There's darkness out there. Thanks for the relief, healer.
This one is Judgment Day. So our abilities are Desperate Plea, Inquisition, Searing Lash, and Zeal.
Our core is under attack.
Don't want to do that again. Renegade.
This was a possibility.
They're attacking the core. Stop them.
So I said Zeal, we would have Guiding Light, as a passive. The last zeal applied has infinite duration.
Take down that hero now!
Or the duration of the last zeal applied. The duration of the last zeal applied does not decay. Let's just say infinite duration. Maybe that makes more sense. Let's have something that also affects the lowers the cooldown of zeal's activation. Gains MS. Let's have something that increases the effect of the active of zeal, which I don't know if that's actually called fanatical power in-game. I don't think you see the name in-game. So let's actually boost the effect of fanatical power. What are these numbers different? Which one's the more accurate one? 15 armor. Okay, so let's have this called For the Crusade. Zeal active. Spell power increased to 40%. This is going to be a 40% increase. No, increase to 35%. 40% increase here and a 40% increase to the armor. Wait a second. 40% increase. No, I was thinking 60% increase. What's 25 divided by 15? 2/3. Maybe, do we see doubled effect? Active spell power. Increased to 35% and armor reduction to 25. So stronger effect and bigger draw back. It's roughly a 60% increase. And then we had, I kind of like Scarlet Wrath. I mean, sounds nice. I've never tried it. Let's say attack damage increased by 20% per zeal. Let's say remove cooldown reduction and so this thing has 40-second cooldown. So this is just a modification of the base effect. We remove the cooldown. So basic attacks increase duration of all zeal and base and attack damage. It's harder per zeal. We can have indulgence. I will remove the base 5% movement speed though. Because all these movement speed talents from all the heroes usually have like this 5% base, which is kind of weird. Remove base 5% movement speed. You can see she has a quest there that increases her life and mana. Searing Lash, not Searing Lash. Inquisition, we have Clemency as a talent. Deals 329. This one deals about 300 damage. She also has... I know this one, Shared Punishment. Yeah, let's keep it Shared Punishment. Let's remove armor reduction. Clemency can also chain onto another ally hero. So it just matches the initial target if you aim at an enemy or chain onto enemy, if you aim at an ally or chain onto an ally. Has to be taken as a talent instead of free. Clemency is not a separate button. Allows Inquisition to be used on ally heroes. And subjugation reduces the damage. That one's pretty good if the enemies can't stop you. So let's leave that one. Subjugation. Doesn't do anything with Clemency, but that's fine. This one does. Let me check. Maybe priest abilities. Priest abilities. Purge the wicked. Purge. Oh God. Purge the wicked. Oh. Okay. I might not have that. I'll probably have something for Inquisition because it's I'll maybe call it her signature ability. It's just a laser beam. Lasers her enemies. And this one will be for 20. Let's see what to call it. But the effect will be Inquisition can be channeled indefinitely. It's like Mort of the Murlocs. I don't know if the cooldown starts during or after. Yeah, it begins at the start. That's fine. So the enemies must interrupt you or get out of range. Also means you can heal allies very effectively. Along with these two. So you don't need enemies to actually heal allies very effectively. I should call this one like submit with an exclamation mark. So yeah, I would just throw that out the window. Yeah, I was thinking of rewording this. The duration of the last heal applied does not decay. Let's go back to that. The duration of the last zeal applied does not decay. Let's see, she also has a cleanse. It has no other effect. I would probably remove that. I think I removed every cleanse talent because it's usually pretty strong. And this makes it too common. For her other two abilities, she has Desperate Plea. Oh, that's right. Gains basic attack damage for each active zeal buff. Yeah, I probably not have that one. So that's just moved into Scarlet Wrath. Martyrdom. That one's good. You can see she can spam Desperate Plea, so she has a bit more. Even though spamming Desperate Plea doesn't actually make it heal more, it just makes it cost more. I might change Martyrdom to 20%. So this goes up to 80% per zeal. So it's like 30, 40, 50, 60, something 80, right? My version would be scales faster, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. So yeah, let's change. Remove base healing increase. Changed to 20% per active zeal. We have Zealous Spirit, where she can give herself Seal for free. That one's fine. She doesn't have to cast on herself, she just heals 2 allies. We also have Radiance. Reaching 3 stacks of Desperation heals for 175 and applies Zeal to allies with Zeal. It refers to Zeal. So who does it heal? I don't know if it heals just her or everyone with Zeal. But that sounds fine to me. Because you can actually only have 3 stacks of Desperation. And then we have, lastly, Searing Lash with, this is a bunch of stuff. Plus with increased stats. There's more damage to enemies. They take additional 25% damage. Alright, you can see her other abilities do not cost mana. So all her mana is used for Desperate Plea. Something to note. These feel kind of weird. This one sounds fine because you use it to mix it in with your all attacks if you go all attack build with Scarlet Wrath, I guess. Reduce this cooldown to 1 sec. Yeah, this one you have to drop Searing Lash first and then immediately Inquisition them. Reduces Inquisition cooldown. I'll probably remove that one. But the combo, I like it. Holds them in longer so you can use Inquisition longer. Let's just remove the cooldown bonus. But this works pretty bad with this one. Hard to use with this one, and it's bad with the Infinite Channel one. So this one's good with the Infinite Channel one. I don't know, I should actually change this. Searing Lash. Maybe it has a 3rd strike. The root? So the second one comes out after 0.75 cent. No, our second one comes out after half a sec. 0.5. This one's... was that 0.375 seconds? Okay, so let's have something called... let's use the name lashing out. If the second strike of Searing Lash hits its hero, a third strike will occur. A third perpendicular strike will occur. Yeah, this one we can also maybe make marks can stack up to 3 times. Damage is based on number of marks. So you can just drop a lashing out and then just attack once with insanely great staff. Actually, oh, she has a root there. Inquisition slows. Maybe let's just remove this. And then we could have something that restores mana. Inquisitor's Prayer. Every hit of Searing Lash against heroes restore 1% of max mana. So it's 5 mana. Is reward. Every hit of Searing Lash against heroes restore 1% max mana, 5 mana each. So you need to make it count. She's attack speed there. Maybe that's actually have. Where is Indulgence? Also increases attack speed by 5% per stack. That works well with Scarlet Wrath. And that's where I'm moving the attack speed down to. Let's see how many do we have. We have 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Maybe have something that increases the hitbox of Searing Lash. More damage. Yeah, let's just call this one Righteous Flame. Searing Lash has 25% increased damage, and with let's have something else for Desperate Plea. Okay, I was thinking, Desperate Plea. No, I was thinking for Zeal to apply the active part to all allies with Zeal. So this is only very good on spellcasters. Yeah, I was thinking of pushing this one down to 16. And this one is Fanaticism. Using Zeal active also applies it to every ally hero with Zeal. So they get a lot of spell power and minus some armor. Should this be the 20? Or this? Anyways, we have back to Desperate Plea. Let's have at least one more. Maybe we make the one mana tier. We have like Inquisition's Prayer. And this one reduce the mana cost to 30. 25% reduce the mana. Yeah, maybe let's have that. Unwavering Faith. This is reduces mana cost of Desperate Plea and Desperation to 30. Just so it eases up on her mana consumption.
For the silver hand.
Time remaining. 10 seconds.
Yeah, maybe we have a third mana.
3, 2, 1. Localized combat now beginning.
Vengeance from the skies.
So we have that tied to Inquisition. Channeling Inquisition increases mana regeneration by a lot. By 200%. So she gets six extra mana for 3 seconds. 20-ish extra mana. Yeah, I'm thinking about that.
Vengeance from the skies.
I depart. Select attack. Defeated. Well done. Elimination complete.
I have brought you glory.
So yeah, I think that's enough. And Guiding Light I will keep at 20 and Fanaticism 16. Isn't too crazy, it just gives spell power. So I mean, it's kind of useless on half your team. Also makes them a lot squishier. So it isn't too crazy to be put at 20.
I'm ready to continue the hunt.
So we have this as Inquisition. Let's call this Pay the Frail. Steal that name. Channeling Inquisition increases mana regeneration by 200%.
Okay, let's try that again.
So we have these 3 mana talents. 1.
My hunt continues.
So no quests.
Betrays you.
And the third one was Inquisition's Prayer is here at 1. The 20s were Submit and Guiding Light. So Fanaticism is at 16. Lashing Out's probably 16 along with shared. Wait a second. Let's say no, Lashing Out at 13. Let's say Radiance, Shared Punishment, and Fanaticism. Word. Oh, I already put that down. Okay. So these two at 16. And then we have Subjugation. This is probably a 7. What's Zealous Spirit? Oh, that thing. Summons is usually a 7. Or ally cast stuff, there's usually a 7, so I'll put this at 7. So at 13, I had Lashing Out. Scarlet Wrath can actually be kind of early. Subjugation. And let's take a Zeal talent. I will pick Forge a Crusade. No, actually. Scarlet Wrath. So you have an attack talent build, you pick that one. Saintly Great Staff. I was thinking of putting this at 7. So if I put this one at 7. Yeah, Scarlet Wrath stays at 13. So we have these 3. And then one space at 7, a bunch of space at 4. So at 4 we put someone would wait a sec. Why do I have like 5 spaces? Did I make one too many? Let's see, we have Zeal, Searing Lash, Inquisition, Desperate Plea. We have 2 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, maybe I made one too many. I definitely wanted these 2. I could maybe remove Righteous Flame. Or Zealous Spirit. Let's actually remove Zealous Spirit. Because Martyrdom... Wait, no sec. This heal is based on zeal, not based on desperation. Do you have anything based on desperation? No, this is for zeal. Yeah, let's remove this one and this one is changed to Desperate Plea heals for 30% more per stack of desperation. So it's tied to desperation. So then F. We split the zeal taunts. So this one is F4, this one is F4. And let's pick Indulgence. Which means for the Crusade, we'll be at 7. So at 1, she gets a mana talent pretty much. Reduce mana cost of that, restores max mana, or mana regeneration. And then we have this stuff. So your attack build would be here, attack speed, bonus spell damage on attacks. Just mix in Searing Lash. Well, you want attack build, you don't channel, right? You just use Searing Lash more. It's Searing Lash and attacks. Take that one. Take Scarlet Wrath. Oh, see, it's kind of bad here. Not too bad. Okay, whatever. Subjugation, Nationale, Scarlet Wrath. Shared Punishment. This one's very good with the 20 and the 7. So the other build is like the Inquisition build. So yeah, this Whitemane is done.
deal death, you invite it for us.
I'm not done yet.
That's all for today. See you next time.